Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the start of the third day's play between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players in this second four-day first-class match. And players are just taking the field. Sri Lanka emerging players will resume their second innings on 1-for-1. After West Indies Academy were bowled out yesterday for 374. That was in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players' first innings of 241. So it gave them a lead of 133 runs on first innings. And as I say, Sri Lanka emerging losing wicket last night in fading light. They faced one over from Calvin Pittman. And he had opener Ravindu Rasanta LBW for naught. So they ended the second day's play on 1-for-1. And we're just about to resume proceedings today on what should be a very interesting day. Obviously, West Indies Academy will be hunting early wickets. Very important for Sri Lanka emerging players to set the tone in this first session. Try and get away to a good start and get into knocking this deficit off. As I say, a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Hey, morning to you, Terry. Wonderful morning here.
Brilliant sunshine this morning. So no overcast conditions. We lost a bit of time yesterday, about 50 minutes during the luncheon break. It looks like it's going to be Nathan Edward to start proceedings from the northern end this morning. Two not-out batsmen is opener Siobhan Daniel and night watchman Dilam Sedira. They're both on naught. The one run was a no ball from Calvin Pittman. So 1-for-1. Still trailing by some 132 as Edward into Daniel down the leg side. Well taken by Colin and Tuckett to get proceedings underway on day 3. Important day though, Vernon.
It's day 3. I was talking to Karim Phillip, the guys here. He was telling me that he felt that once the academy fast bowlers bowled as straight as possible, they would be in the conversation, because with the experience of the Sri Lankan batsmen, if they bowl wide, they'll be playing in the hands of the Sri Lankan team.
True, spot on target that time by Edward. Defended back up the pitch. Yes, it'll be interesting to see if they can drive home their advantage. An important session leading up to lunch here on day 3. Sri Lanka emerging, be trying to get through this first session without losing any more wickets, or as less as they can. Edward into Daniel. Daniel's turning this backward of square for a single, so he's away.
Still would like to see the academy come out bubbly.
Yeah, they always look a bit flat, don't they?
Yeah, I want to see them believe that they can win the game. You know, get chirping around, get innovative, and really go after this team in a very big way. I think it is going to be key.
So that brings the right-handed Sedira on strike. He came in last night at the fall of the wicket. As I say, late last night in fading light. Edward left arm seamer will be coming around the wicket. 3 slips in a gully. He's into Sedira. Sadira very watchful outside the off stump. Lets it through to keeper Bowen Tuckett.
And if we looked at day 2, which easily was one of the best batting days, Terry, we now can be able to look to make an assessment based on Edwards. Even though Edwards doesn't have the pace of a Kelvin Pittman, we'll maybe make a decision when Pittman and Smith start to bowl to just look and see what the carry on the bounce is going to be. That will determine how good this track is going to play.
Edward in again to Sadira. Sadira defending that back up the pitch.
It's always a chance when you bowl a straight when you bowl with a new ball. It's something I think that the West Indian bowlers have to understand and learn quite quickly. A new ball does so many things, Terry, especially when it's on target, really. And even for the batsmen, some batsmen are really not comfortable playing a new ball because it can go either way, in, out.
Edward in again to Sadira. Defending up on the offside to complete the over. So first over done for the day. Just 1 run from it. Sri Lanka emerging players 2 for 1. Trailing by 131.
Yeah, very good start there from Nathan Edwards. So start is going to be very important, and both Pittman and Edwards will have to bowl in pairs. It's going to be critical.
Yes, it will be local boy Calvin Pittman to take up the attack from the commentary box end. Bowling to Siobhan Daniel. Looked quite good in the first match. He made 12 in the first innings of this second match. But he had scores of 47 and 50 in that first match.
This is the issue now that I'm having. Pittman is starting straight away around the wicket without even giving himself a chance.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. Daniel lets that go through to the keeper.
I don't find when he's bowling to the left-handers, Terry, that he's comfortable in that area. I think he's more dangerous when he's bowling to the left-hander when he's over the wicket. He tends to get the ball to dart in very, 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 very late. I mean, we could think about the spell when he was playing for the academy against... No, in fact, it was the Headley Weeks series?
Yes.
The best of the best?
Yeah, but as you said, O'Vernon, he has that ability to bring it back into the left-hander. And then a natural movement from over the wicket, taking it away. It just feels better. It feels right. But these days, every time they see a left-hander, round the wicket straight away.
Yeah, I always feel, you're talking about technically coming onto the left-hander's blind side. He's looking out of his weakest eye, really. And he's thinking he's not sure whether to come forward or to come back or to play.
Full pitch delivery, driven up to mid-off.
I think he just has to be patient enough. Just land the ball. This is going to be a long day, so he has to know that he can be bowling close to about 10, 12 overs today in different spells. He might maybe start with 4, then he's going to maybe come back sometime. So he's got to prepare himself.
So he's bowling to 2 slips, a gully, deep backward point, cover mid-off as he's into Daniel now. And comes back in, turned into the mid-wicket area, and they'll pick up a comfortable 2. So Daniel is underway. And the score goes up to 4-1.
The reason I said that we've been around long enough. He just does not have that same rhythm when he's bowling round the wicket to over the wicket. It just seems to be a different gear when he's going through those paces. Here you could see him treading cautiously.
Stroke nicely, but straight to Joshua Bishop there at short extra cover. Pittman in again to Daniel. Had a go at that one. Through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging 4-1, trailing by 129.
You know, I'd really like to challenge the academy coach in a discussion about it. You know, as to the concept and the rationale theory.
Yeah, because it was very interesting last week in the first match, Vernon, when he was in the middle of that tremendous spell. And then Pittman I'm talking about, and then didn't get the ball until about half an hour before tea in that second session when Sri Lanka emerging players were in trouble on 89 for 4 at lunch, and then lost wickets straight up after lunch to make them 89 for 5. You wonder the importance they put on trying to win the match, as in balancing that between further development for players who they want an extra run, an extra ball or whatever.
Yeah, winning is a culture, right, Terry?
Exactly, and that's why I keep saying, even in the under 15s that we covered here on Cricket 360, that you see teams and get into strong winning positions, and it's almost like they've got to play the 50 overs, driving home the advantage. But that, to me, is all a part of learning too. You want to bring back that winning habit. Starts from there.
You also have to, I feel you have to have your best coaches at the under 13 and under 15 level, because you want to be able to cut out the bad habits so that the youngsters understand the game at a very early period. Not
Exactly.
when they get to an under 19 level, you know, you're trying to teach them something which they really should have known when they were 11, 12 years old.
Edward beats Sadira with that one.
And if you sometimes look at the development of our young players as compared to sometimes the rest of the world,
Yes,
they're technically maybe even more inclined and more advanced.
absolutely.
Simply because of their skill set and what they've been exposed to. We have some coaches in the Caribbean who are coaching youngsters, whether male or female, and they don't like the sweep shot, so they don't coach the sweep shot.
Oh, and that's a lifting delivery there by Edward. Kept out by Sadira. Came in as night watchman last night, just faced the 2 deliveries, the final 2 deliveries. There was only 1 over bowled in fading light. So 3 slips in the gully weight as Edward into Sadira. It's defended well. Still on naught. He's faced 10 deliveries.
Matar down on the fine leg boundary, just warming up his arm. He too will have an extended spell sometime today.
Yes, you feel that both himself and Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Teddy Bishop handles his team today, whether he'll concentrate on having seen from the meter center end.
Mm-hmm. And that one is big appeal and is given. So Edward makes the breakthrough. The night watchman Sadira goes for naught. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their second, 4 for 2.
I think he fell over here, Terry.
A good
Look
full
at the
delivery
left foot
swung
is.
back. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
The stride, the stride didn't come out effective enough. And good decision there by umpire Joel Wilson. So, Academy, Edward striking early. And that's the purpose of bowling straight.
exactly, especially with the new ball, and he gets generally gets the ball to swing. That swung back nicely. Plum in front was Sadira. So Sri Lanka emerging players still 129 behind. Lose their second.
Yeah, that hit him. That was a good delivery there. He fell
Excellent.
over the head.
Yeah.
The head fell over. Completely missed the line of the ball there. And simply because of lack of feet movement there by Sidera. Wasn't sure.
No.
He was in a pensive mood, more or less. Trapped in front. And Edwards strikes early for the West Indies Academy on day 3 of this important game.
So that was the last ball of the over. Pittman will continue from this, the commentary box end. Bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. Janiska Pereira is the new batsman. Pittman into Daniel now. It's left outside the off stump. They need a partnership, need to get these innings going if they can. Sri Lanka Academy. Pereira, of course, was in that 100-run partnership in the first match. Made 38 alongside the century maker De Oliveira. It is Siobhan Daniel who is on strike facing Pittman. One's turned nicely backward of square and good effort out on the boundary, but can't save the ball from rolling into the rope.
I think it might be Smith. Put his body on the
Like I
line
think
there.
He did well, but couldn't prevent the force. So the first boundary for today and the first boundary for Sri Lanka emerging players' second innings.
Clipped away nicely.
He played it
Good-
well.
Good balance there. Control. Hope that Smith is okay. Maybe he might have pounded his elbow. Maybe on the rope, on the area. He's still looking at it.
Pittman in again to Daniel. That's creamed beautifully through extra cover, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a half volley. He's not comfortable there. He's not comfortable around the wicket to the left-hander. You could see it. It's just not his normal self. And I'm saying you have to be allowed to bowl areas. You just don't restrict folks to just one side, because that's what you want. Got to look at the bowler's strengths.
So back-to-back boundaries from Daniel. He moves on to 11. Sri Lanka emerging 12 for 2. Again he goes for the big appeal and he's been given.
So
Inside edge, taken by Bowen Tuckett.
Another excellent catch again by the young man.
Pittman strikes again and Sri Lanka emerging in trouble, 12 for 3. Daniel gone for 11. Didn't get the stride out. Played away from his body and it took the inside edge. And umpire Byam says that's out. A great start here for West Indies Academy early on day 3. Double strike both from Edward and Pittman.
Game is a good game, Terry.
Definitely. He's still looking at his bat. He's still saying he didn't hit it.
No, I think he got an on the edge.
Yeah.
That's what happened. That's how cool the game is. It was a good low catch by Colombo in Tuckett because he was dying in front of him.
Yes.
He's got some real eagle eyes there. So another catch again and another strike. So we had Edwards in the over before, and now we have Kelvin Pittman. After maybe serving off a half volley, was punctual cover, coming back with a release delivery to get a wicket.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries, and then the wicket. So that brings the century maker from last week to the crease, Sohan De Oliveira. This was the partnership, as I say, that got them out of trouble in that first match.
And based on what I saw in the first innings, he seems to be a shot maker, De Oliveira. He's got some class about him.
Definitely.
Another left-hander.
Yes, Pittman staying around the wicket. They're bringing up the backward point. 2 slips in a gully.
Well, we had a deep backward point. They're trying to figure out where they want him. I think he has to be on the money. And Becky Joseph.
Oh, a big appeal. It looked like going down, though.
Yeah. Umpire by him
straight away. A good tight ball in this, though, by Pittman. Ball jag back, but definitely going down leg. Trapped him on the crease, though.
Ball keeping low, too.
Yes.
And I think this is what will happen here. The academy bowlers just have to be patient and land the ball in the right areas. And this is where spot bowling comes in. This is consistency. This is where you got to go and work, land the ball in right areas.
Pittman again into De Oliveira. Lifting and played nicely up on his toes.
Lovely
through backward point into the boundary, 4 runs. A nice shot to get off the mark for De Oliveira.
Got on top of it. Good fast hands there. Just use the pace. And Becky Joseph was not fast enough.
So 3 boundaries and a wicket in that over. Sri Lanka emerging players 16 for 3. Pereira is yet to get off the mark, and De Oliveira is on 4. They trail by 117. 7 second innings wickets remaining.
Oh, just an observation, Terry. I prefer to have Motaro in where Pittman is and allow him some chance to be able to be down on the fine leg boundary since he's bowling from this end. That's a hot area.
Yeah.
I know he's a good athlete, but you want to save his legs and give him some time there. You know, you always tend to look after your fast bowlers. Something Teddy Bishop will have to seriously look at. Motaro is a very sharp fielder. Even having the risk of having Stephen Matthew in that hot spot position there at mid-on.
Edward into Pereira. Pereira looking for the drive. Straight to mid-off.
Always try and look after your fast bowlers. This is where the backroom staff comes in to work with young captains, you know, to teach them, you know, those simple thought processes in the cricket.
Pereira waits for Edward. Spot on target again, defended to the cover region, no run, 2 slips, gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. The right-handed Pereira.
And Becky Joseph is...
He's in the rear again.
Yeah. Oh,
Doesn't mind a chat.
The umpire straight away comes in to buy him and says to him, you have to tone down. You can't be coming into the player's face. Got to be very, very, very careful about that as well too.
Another full pitch delivery, but thumped back past the bowler into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah. I think Joseph is going to have to be careful. The umpire is looking at him. You can chirp, but you can't get into the player's zone area.
Interesting one, because he was doing that in the first match, and then they set him up, got him out on the hook, gave him a send-off, and he didn't like it. If you dish it out, though, you got to take it. 20 for 3. Pereira moves to 4 as Edward in again. Another full delivery this time.
That's a good delivery.
Just keeps it out.
Yeah. Just would like to see Edwards now just deliver that from maybe just 2 meters behind. If we could get
batting a long way out of his crease.
Yes, because he's trying to deny the swing. If we can just get Jason to maybe just look at where Edwards is landing from. So Edwards just needs to just come just 2 meters back in terms of that delivery stride. Elin Baptist is very good at that. Maybe just deliver it from right, just not so, just a little further back. Driven again.
And again,
Smith is in trouble.
Beats Edward. And they pick up another 2. So Pereira goes to 6, 22 for 3.
And maybe have Smith just go back so he can give himself
a chance.
A chance. Keep the mid-off up, but maybe just have Smith just come just right on the brink of the grass.
Yeah, where it changes color.
Yeah. Just go to his left. Yeah, just keep him there.
Captain Teddy Bishop has come out of gully.
But he needs to go into the traditional mid-wicket position.
He's gone straight, short, mid-on. Right next to the non-striker, as Edward is around the wicket to the right-handed Pereira. And that peeled the outer portion of the bat through the covers. Joseph gives chase. Did he stop it? Don't think so. 4 more.
Yeah, the effort has not been good at all by Becky Joseph chasing the ball this morning at all. And Rivaldo Clark is giving him some lip for that by saying you have to save that. It's just not fast enough.
So the over comes to an end. 26 for 3. Pereira moves on to 10. De Oliveira is on 4. 107 is the deficit.
You see the importance of having a lead, Terry?
Absolutely. Especially a good healthy lead that they got.
Puts pressure now back on the Sri Lankan team. If the academy can pick up a couple of wickets here, they're in the conversation.
Absolutely. Every wicket they can get before Sri Lanka emerging have a chance to wipe off the deficit. Put them in an even stronger position as Pipman continue round the wicket to the left-handed Siobhan Daniel.
2 songs there.
Yeah,
no feet movement, just the hands going through, but the lack of pace as well too.
Yeah, claim the inner part of the bat back onto his back leg.
police officers just checking around to make sure that everything is in place. I think I heard some chirping as if a couple of spectators are in.
Well, we've got a crowd.
Not a crowd. I don't think we'll ever see a crowd at these games here. A crowd of the players, the officials, commentators, leg by signal, umpire by him. I'll tell you, Terry, I think we got to face the reality of the facts to understand what's happening. The only crowds we're going to see in the Caribbean is when we have the Caribbean Premier League.
True.
That's middle.
But you made a good point yesterday, though, Vernon, especially here, Coolidge Cricket Ground. If they've got no outlet to buy a drink or something to eat or whatever, then it's not exactly going to draw people in.
That's the difference about going to the stadium.
Yeah, at least you've got a couple of restaurants and bars.
You have 3-4 restaurants up at the cricket stadium.
Right.
You just need a mini mobile bar here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Couple of vendors.
And advertise it too.
After that.
Yeah, said to the folks that, hey, Terry's barbecue bar, mobile barbecue bar, will be at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So folks like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll get my lunch and I'll get my carrot beer, get some local drink. Got to be innovative.
Definitely. It's one thing saying, we never get any crowds, but it's another thing trying to put things in place. I even think Chicky should be playing. At least over the weekend, or on a Sunday afternoon or whatever. Pittman into Pereira. Another good lifting delivery, pulled inside it at the last minute. Excellent curry through to Bowen Tuckett.
Now you see the difference.
When he's coming over, he's bowling to the right hand.
So just give him that opportunity to bowl to the left hand as well.
The same way.
He has his rhythm.
You can
is
tell.
More consistent. He's more comfortable. It's like you're trying to pen him into a cage and say, listen, this is what we want you to do. Let's let him express himself.
2 men out on the onside, deep backward square and fine leg. Good carry again, but wide of the off stump. Pereira has nothing to do with it.
Swung late after it pitched, really.
Yeah.
He just needs to just get that firm wrist right behind the line of the ball. 27 for 3. 2 wickets picked up this morning. First from Nathan Edwards and the second from Kelvin Pittman. Academy applying the pressure here on the Sri Lanka emerging squad.
Pittman again into Pereira.
It's good carry. Good carry. Good take again. Over completed. All is good. Mr. Byam just looking and making sure that Pittman is running off of the danger area.
So 27 for 3. Pereira is on 10. De Oliveira is on 4. Still 106 runs adrift. Strong breeze once again blowing across the ground. Ground bathed in sunshine. No heavy overcast conditions yesterday. We're going to see a change. First change of the day. Nico Smith.
Gotta give Edwards one more.
Yeah, I was going to say, he only bowled a couple of overs. Took a wicket.
Yeah, gotta give Edwards a lot. In fact, I find that the more Edwards bowls, the more he comes into his own. But again, it looks like there's a system. They like to tell me about load management.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So where do you find that balance?
Edwards is going into his confidence.
Over the wicket, he's clubbed that straight to Joshua Bishop at short extra cover. De Oliveira can't believe it. He stands, but he has to walk. And Sri Lanka are in deep trouble. They lose their fourth. 27 for 4. De Oliveira is gone for 4. full pitch delivery, and he slapped it straight into the hands of Joshua Bishop at short extra cover. So West Indies Academy all over Sri Lanka emerging this morning here, day 3 at Coolidge. 6 wickets away from victory.
Loose shot there, Terry.
Very loose.
Yeah, as if he
full pitch.
Was playing a T20 game there.
Yeah.
Hit it hard.
Hit it very hard, but
excellent.
Straight and good hands by Joshua Bishop.
So I guess the fielding drills this morning, very entertaining fielding drills from the backroom staff this morning at the West Indies Academy have certainly
paying off.
G'd up so far.
Yeah.
Let's hope that they can continue to maintain that. Unless that Sri Lankan players maybe want an early day at the beach.
Well, they might. They mightn't have gotten to the beach last week.
Well, they would
never know.
Because the game finished in 3 days, right?
It did. That's a big blow, though. De Oliveira, century maker. The only century maker in the series.
Maybe 9 for the man of the series as well, too.
Could be.
Depends on which side he ends up on.
So it brings the right-handed Han Wickramasinghe
now
to the crease. He's coming off.
I don't like this field, Terry.
48 in the first innings. What have we got? We've got 2 men out and deep backward point. But this seems to be Smith into Wickramasinghe. He's watching that carefully through to Bowen Tuckett. It seems to be the norm that you've got to have a deep backward point. Why? I don't know.
Terry, West Indies are on top. They're
exactly.
27 for 4.
27 for they're 6 wickets away from victory.
We have three fielders out. It's almost like a conservative field. You are on top. So you need to bring that man into the backward point area. This is a new batsman who's a not.
Smith into Wickramasinghe. Again, very watchful. So 2 slips, a gully, deep backward point.
That man...
Extra cover.
Matara down there is wasted.
On deep backward square boundary.
And Becky Joseph, this is somebody who's just come to the crease.
Exactly, and full and straight is how they've been getting their wickets. I don't see them trying to get somebody out on the hook. Anyway, Smith into Wickramasinghe, and that is a good bouncer. Tucked under by Wickramasinghe. He's a tall man, so he had to get down a long way. Like what I'm seeing of Ernako Smith. Just in his second first-class match. So 27 for 4. Sri Lanka emerging, still trailing by 106. They started the day on 1 for 1. Smith into Wickramasinghe. He's played at that and hit it straight, and Teddy Bishop has put him down in gully. It went quickly, he juggled it, should have been taken though. Wickramasinghe gets a life. It was short, rising outside off stump. It went quickly to gully. The captain should have taken it. Wow. Could have been 5 down in the first half hour or so of players. Smith in again to Wickramasinghe. This one is leaving through to the keeper. And the over comes to an end. So 27 for 4. Wickramasinghe gets a chance on 0. And Pereira is on 10. See if they will live to rue that miss. He juggled it. He thought he had it a couple of times. But popped out. It's all happening, Vern.
Yeah, all happening. Got to take their catches. That more than anything else is key.
So Pittman to start a new over. Be over the wicket to the right-handed Pereira. 2 slips in the gully weight as he's into Pereira now. Bang on target, defended up to a mid-off and there's no run. Almost a double wicket strike for Renako Smith in his first over, which he did in the first innings, didn't he? Picked up 2 wickets in his first over. Got on top of that one, Pereira, guided it to the deep backward point for a single, so he moves on to 11, 28 for 4.
Academy still have to believe that they're on top. That drop catch, they have to put that behind them and still keep their discipline in the field. Got to set high standards, especially at this level. You got to take all your catches. You've seen what happens when you drop world-class batsmen. They make you pay.
Pittman into a Wickramasinghe.
It's a line. That's where he's got to be searching for. Good rhythm here. It's got to be aggressive. We've got to keep coming.
Definitely, and you can see Wickramasinghe is in 2 minds whether to play or leave.
Again, Terry, I don't know if we need a deep backward square for Kelvin Pittman right now. Maybe we just need that man to just come into the square leg area.
Deep backward point always amuses me.
Again,
especially a new man.
Just not adding up.
He's been dropped in that area. Defends that one to Joshua Bishop at short extra cover. So he remains on naught.
What you have to do is you have to restrict the batsman from scoring, Terry. It can't be a comfortable walk in the park where he can just come and just
get a
knock the ball
single
into
anyway.
the gap and just get a single. You got to restrict him as much as possible. And you got to be patient as well too.
Pittman in again to Wickramasinghe. Up on his toes, defending that once again to the cover region. Good spell of ball in this by Pittman. About to complete his 5th over, 2 for 16 so far. Two slips in a gully weight as Pittman into Wickramasinghe. Again, defending into the offside to complete the over. So good over there by Pittman. It's the one coming off it. At the end of it, Sri Lanka 28 for 4. Pereira's on 11. Wickramasinghe still yet to score. And the deficit is 105.
So, very good disciplined bowling so far this morning. First by Nathan Edwards picking up a wicket. Then Kelvin Pittman and Smith, who's now going to bowl his 2nd over. So they've been on the money this morning and been very, very disciplined. So they've got to be sharp. There's been a drop catch, but they've got to put that behind them. And they've got to be able to execute, by taking the next one. Still feel that Pittman at deep backward squares is wasted. And also in Becky Joseph.
Smith into Pereira. Bang on target again, just kept out by Pereira.
Needs to bring that man in. Bring that man into the square leg area.
And
You know,
Joseph.
Yeah, you have to make them know that you're on top.
But
You're
not only on
defending.
top, Vernon, the reality of it is 6 good deliveries, they've won the match.
Every possible opportunity. Got to indicate that you're on top. You have to show that.
Two slips in the gully to Smith into Pereira. He's chasing that, and that is well fielded there by Joshua Bishop. Was travelling again, but then that short extra cover region.
You know, if that had gone past him, that would have been 4, right?
Absolutely.
So that's a big save there by Joshua Bishop. His energy level seems to be up this morning. Straight away you saw Rivaldo Clark and Callum Bowen Tuckett running away to congratulate him. Almost for a moment there I thought it was Keith Atherton. He was darting around there to stop that one.
Smith in again to Pereira. Watchful. Good delivery.
Interesting times ahead here for the academy. I just want to see the aggression. I want them to
drive home the advantage.
Yeah, the instinct of just winning. Just don't be there. You're waiting. You don't need to wait. You need to make it happen. Somebody got to take care of the ball. Remember in the 4-day competition, they got themselves into winning positions, but just never seized those opportunities. That's something that the backroom staff is going to have to work on. I know you got your plans in the back room, but at the same time, you have to also allow the skipper to be innovative within himself, to look around and says, hey, when do I attack? When do I take my foot off of the gas? Right now, the academy is on top.
Absolutely.
So you have to be chirping. You got to be
game awareness
into position. Good delivery. Good delivery by the young man. Well bowled, son. Very well bowled.
Bishop once again very alert in that short extra cover position.
Get that man up. Get that man up. Don't wait until when the horse is bolted. Get that man up in a catching position. A backward point. That's where you want him.
Charging this time.
Ooh.
That was interesting.
It was.
Misses over completed. 28 for 4.
He was confused by the length. He couldn't deal with the Smith's length.
And also the good fielding in that over, preventing him from scoring. Playing on Pereira's mind a bit. So he remains on 11. Wickramasinghe still yet to get off the mark.
There's a slight breeze. We look up at the CIU road end. We see the nation of Antigua and Barbuda's flag just fluttering in the breeze. But for some strange reason, the Sri Lankan flag has not been able to fly. But it's flying on their dressing room. In particular, the West Indies flag. It's just beginning to pick up some breeze.
Pittman to continue into a Wickramasinghe.
The money. That's it.
Absolutely. He's been spot on all morning.
It's the line that he has to bowl. Gotta be patient. Gotta get that man up, Terry. Still field.
Yeah, same field. 2 out on the hook.
You can't be waiting for something to happen. You're gonna make something happen. Now he's pulled himself out of.
Yeah. Interesting. Taking himself out of gully, gone to mid wicket, so there's only one slip now in the gully. and it's gone straight through the slips off the edge, bounces in front of the only slip, Rivaldo Clark, into the boundary for 4.
You have to attack.
But I don't understand why he pulled himself out, simply because, as we've been saying, Pittman all morning has been right on the money,
You have to attack.
right on or about off stump, and he's put
Bring-
himself in a defensive position going on to the leg side in mid-wicket. Now he's coming back into the gully.
The gentleman at deep backward square and Becky Joseph has to come into the square leg area. That you on top.
So now it's back to 2 slips in the gully. Pushes that to
Finish the water.
mid on, and there's no run. So Wickramasinghe on 4. Pereira's on 11, 32 for 4.
Game can't be that hard, Terry.
They make it difficult. Now he's waving to fine leg.
He's not fielded one ball for the day.
Both of them
because
out there.
because Pittman's line has been so
Yes,
impeccable. So
exactly.
you can afford to bring him into the square leg area.
Pittman again into Wickramasinghe. And again, spot on. Defended into cover region, no run.
One of the things we're going to have to work on in the Caribbean, Terry, is our next crop of young captains.
Well, that is a huge thing, because we've been suffering with no real leaders for so long now. Pittman into Wickramasinghe. Good bouncer, tucked under by Wickramasinghe.
Steer there from Pittman.
And Pittman has a bit of a glare at the batsman. Good to see.
That's okay.
Yeah,
But that is his first real
That's
shot. But,
cricket.
that's what you want. He has to go back now to the set plan and keep still searching at those stumps.
Yeah.
He's bowled well this morning, and that's this is what is going to happen at the next level. You have to continue to build the pressure. You can't let up. You also have to get the support in the field as well.
Pittman and again to Wickramasinghe. Spot on
we
target
go.
again. Defended. They're looking for a
Too
single.
Got him. Oh,
Sent
come on.
back. Very wide throw there though. And Wickramasinghe survives again. He was halfway down, committed himself to the single. His call. Pereira didn't move at the non-striker's end. But the throw, was that Dinyal, I think? Come around, picked it up, threw it back. And
Just
if he
needed-
had got it over the stumps, he was gone.
Just needed to keep his composure.
Yep.
No panic. Just get your throw in. That's what I'm saying. Just keep your composure. Just get the ball right up. Just keep your composure.
So the over completes. Wickramasinghe survives again. He's on 4. Pereira on 11. 32 for 4. The deficit 101. Smith now to continue from the northern end into Pereira. Again, spot on. Defended into the offside. They're well on top here, West Indies Academy, but they don't want to let it slip. These little chances.
So we've had a drop
be
catch.
taken.
We've had a miss run out. We've had a ball that went through second slip of a Pittman simply because he just let the pressure up.
Smith into Pereira. Again, all he can do is defend that up the pitch. So excellent bowling by the 3 seamers used so far this morning in the West Indies Academy.
fielding is so vital, Terry, and being an important part of the game. It's not only catching; it's just those missed moments of on being on the money. We saw this being demonstrated even in the further competition by the West Indies Academy. The missed opportunities.
For expansive drive there, Pereira peels off the inside edge. It's a single backward of square.
So if Mutara was at square leg, what would have happened?
Exactly. No single.
Okay.
But he's not. He's down on the boundary still. $33 for 4. Pereira goes to 12. Ramasinghe waits for Smith. Watches that carefully as it goes by outside of stump.
Smith has been very aggressive from the CIU road end.
Yes.
He's got a good rhythm. It's warmed up properly. And he's up for the task here. Work in progress for him.
He looks like he could bowl a long spell, given the opportunity.
I don't think he started to bowl fast yet.
No.
I hope we don't cut him down to a medium pacer. Just let him run in and bowl.
Oh,
beauty.
Beats him with a beauty.
That's a beautiful delivery, young man. That was on the money.
Pitched about middle, squared him up.
Squared him up completely. Look at the trigger movement. They were like about 4 movements.
Hey.
Oh, peach of a delivery. When you get that and you miss that, you say thank you very much and you think about the next one. Bowl Smith.
33 for 4. The pressure on. These young Sri Lankans as Smith in again to Ramasinghe. And again peels off the edge through the slip cordon into the boundary for 4.
Gotta stop that.
Right between first and second slip there.
Gotta stay low. They gotta stay low. The ball is dying.
Completes the over. 37 for 4. Pereira is on 12. Ramasinghe moves to 8.
How many overs did Pittman bowl this morning? Because he's now pulled out of the attack, and I just feel that he can go one more. Give me that, Terry.
That was his 6th over, so he's bowled 5 this morning. He bowled the one last night.
You don't think he's got one more in him, Terry?
I do, especially the way he's bowled him.
That's middle.
6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. Edward swapped ends. Will take over from Pittman.
I want the wicket for you, okay?
The left arm is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Pereira. Deficit now is 96. Is 96. 1 slip, a gully, deep backward point. Extra cover, mid-off. Edward into Pereira. Again, draws the bat inside.
The next 18 months is going to be young horses. Young horses have a role to play in West Indies cricket going forward, be it A-team cricket, be it around the setup. And I said 18 months. I give them 18 months, Terry.
Oh, that
based on what we've seen here so far from Smith, McKinney Clark seemed to have lost his rhythm. He really is. He's been around for some time, but he's just not really propelled as fast as I think that they would have liked. And I think once Smith gets fitter and he gets stronger and he gets some technical help, he could be really a handful for the future, along with Lane.
Spot on again. Yeah, and he's had a couple of injury concerns too, as McKinney Club, which hasn't helped. Edward into Pereira. Pereira again advancing, trying to negate that swing, or any swing on offer. And he play that straight to mid-wicket, no run.
I think even going forward, it's something the academy is going to also have to look at is got to get a good off spinner. Need to develop that craft. I like Matara, so that's a good option. You also have to know if you're bringing back Joshua Bishop next year.
Bowen Tuckett's going to come up to the stumps by the look of it.
Yeah,
With the helmet.
Yeah, because they've been trying to advance.
Yeah.
So that's a good move by Tuckett. Good game awareness. By the look of what I'm seeing there, it looks as if spin might be the next option, which I don't think should be in the conversation just yet. Let's see this move here.
Or he's just brought the gully closer, so the gully has decided to don the helmet as well. But Bowen Tuckett is up to the stumps. Edward into Pereira.
So then I think if that is going to be the line, then the gully needs to go back, Terry.
Yeah.
Needs to give himself some room.
It'll fly from there.
He won't be able to catch anything that close. If Edwards is going to be bowling that line, needs to take the helmet off and go back and look to catch the ball.
Right, Bishop's making more moves, bringing in Becky Joseph off the deep backward square boundary into mid-wicket. And Bishop himself has gone to point. Oh, excellent delivery. Beaten there was Pereira to end the over and end the first hour of play on day 3 of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka Emerging Players. West Indies Academy sniffing a victory here on day 3. They have Sri Lanka Emerging 37 for 4, still trailing by some 96 runs. West Indies Academy picking up 3 wickets in the first hour for 36 runs. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back with more live action in a few moments' time.
Good morning, Mali.
Morning, Vern. Morning, everyone.
Academy seeming to be on top here, but still not on top. 37 for 4.
Well, I'd say they're on top. They're pushing for a win here. It'd be a fantastic comeback performance from what we saw last week. Batting really letting them down, but to get a lead of 133 here in the second innings, you've got to commend them. Getting above 300, almost scoring 400 as well. That would have been the first time we would have seen that from the academy in 2025. So a lot to be positive about, especially in that innings from the academy, and that has just forged them this position now, just ahead, and the bowlers have executed maybe just a tad bit short in their length still, but even then 37 for 4, definitely in the ascendancy now.
Despite of that, he also had a drop catch during that period of time. Forced away in the onside for a couple of runs. Edwards is after it, so too Matara. Good all-round cricket in the end. Batsman getting 2.
That was a sharp chance, wasn't it, to Teddy Bishop? It flew. He did look like he poached it. Went after it, juggled it a couple of times, but it went down.
Yeah, I think at this level, sometimes you have to look at your positioning in terms of where you are. You can't get too close, so you need to give yourself a chance so you can be able to see the ball. If you're in those hot areas, they're going to come quickly. Clipped away again. More runs. This time it hits the rope and gets a boundary there. So trying to be able to maybe just upstage Smith, more or less, coming across the stumps there and just whipping that into the onside.
Yeah, Wickramasinghe looking to launch a counter-attack here, as we said. Behind by 94 in this game. So he's looking to extinguish this lead as quickly as possible. He's on 14 from 20. Wickramasinghe and Pereira, both the tallest batters in this Sri Lankan lineup, probably have more of a reach. They look to get out on that front foot. And that's an absolute peach. What a delivery that is from Renico Smith. Lord have his mercy. It's as excited about a prospect as I've been in a little while. I'm not going to lie. Renico Smith, we saw him turn up here in this series. He's almost just warmed himself up to get to this stage, and have a look at that. Pitched on off, just held its line, bit of bounce as well. And we spoke about the bounce being that area in which the Sri Lankans just do struggle a little bit with that extra bounce. Got a bit big. He picks up his second, 43 for 5, halfway through the side now, Vern.
That's a Jaffa.
Absolute Jaffa.
That's almost like you're playing in England. That's one of the deliveries. He turned him right around. He had no choice, and another excellent catch again by Callum Boyne Tuckett. All he could do, in fact, he didn't even have to wait for the umpire. He just turned and headed to the Sri Lanka dressing room.
And we did say this on day one. This pitch is just something in it for the fast bowlers here, especially if you're prepared to do some hard work, really bend your back and adjust your lengths. And so far the wicket has responded. Have a look at this again from the side-on angle. It's in a good position, but just there, just loses his base. Delivery, maybe just anticipating it coming in with the natural angle, held its line, and Renico Smith, big strapping lad, a little reminiscent of Joel Garner, as we were saying, with the physical tools that he possesses. He's a very, very exciting prospect indeed. And what's also very encouraging is how quickly he seems to be improving, Werner.
Yeah, he's learning his craft. I like his work ethic, and I like his athletic ability also as a big man in the field. Because sometimes, you got young fast bowlers who don't like to field. He looks like somebody who likes to field.
And that's the type of delivery there that gets out most batters, whether you're an international player or, well, I think even a club player, that's a bit too good for them. They probably won't get a nick on that one. But like top-class batters, those are the type of deliveries that remove them. No, I'm missing that by a long way.
He's so short that he would have missed that. That had to be measured up to a big, tall guy.
It's the bounce. It's just that extra bounce. Good pace. Not saying that young Smith is express pace, but he's quick enough. And he's got that intensity and that extra bounce in which he can be an even more intimidating prospect, as we're saying. Still only 19 years old, Renico Smith.
Well, I also feel, Mali, that he can bowl fast.
Yeah.
I really think that he can if he's allowed to. But he's stuck to the game plan here this morning. And my point of view, Mali, is looking at him is his non-bowling arm. That's what I like about him, his body alignment. There it goes. And you could see him working on something. He's enjoying the moment. And the catch that Teddy Bishop dropped off of him, he just turned around and just went back quickly. No emotions. Just recognize that is the game. That's what happens.
That's also stood out is his temperament. Doesn't seem to get too down on himself. So he's saying we're watching these young guys develop in real time. Slightly different to the previous generations. Maybe thousands of people here watching on stream. Presents a different type of pressure. That's spanked though.
Yeah, that's set up. And he knows that too. He quickly apologizes. It was wide and put away nicely.
Yeah, just allowing the skipper to free his hands here. He's going to need a few more of those.
Yeah, he got deep into his crease there. And just punched that, found the gap quite easily. I was talking to Terry, and I was saying if we look back at the 4-day competition, the academy got itself into winning positions a lot of times, but just maybe failed to seize those initiatives during the 4-day competition. Is something that going into the new season that they'll certainly have to master and work on.
Yeah, because they really struggle to post the type of totals, respond to first innings totals as well, in which to put pressure on the opposition. As you said, they really just haven't batted well enough in 2025 overall. This is why these games are so important. Someone like Teddy Bishop in the past would probably have to wait for the next season in which to get another opportunity. But with a tour such as this, we've got 4 chances once again in the first-class arena in which to learn against different opposition, foreign opposition.
49 for 5. Colin Bowen Tuckett coming up to the stumps, Mali, because the Sri Lankan batsmen have decided even to Smith this morning to advance.
Well, yeah, especially to Nathan Edward. Maybe not the quickest of the West Indies Academy bowlers so far, but definitely the most consistent mover of the ball. Just looking to nullify that swing.
Yeah, his
movement.
skill set has been excellent too. He's working on his craft. And as you always said, Mali, he's finding a way to get wickets at the red ball level.
Gone, bit of bounce again. How many times? Extra bounce. Accustomed to going up to playing on these slower, lower tracks here in Sri Lanka. But at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, just a bit of extra bounce from Nathan Edward. Comfortably taken by Rivaldo Clark, and Janishka goes 6 down. Edward with his second, 49 for 6.
Looks like we can have an early day. Maybe a day to go to the beach.
You want to have a bet? Make a bet, or we haven't heard you speaking about too many bets this.
I only bet.
In a little.
I only bet Terry Laraja. When it comes to your
okay, you're out. You're treating me like Bet365 treats me now. I've won too many times.
49 for 6. Academy on top.
Definitely on top. No doubt about that. Still trailed by 84, the Sri Lanka emerging.
And you see what a lead means, Mali? Just as you rightly said, you have something that you can work with now. You can be able to reverse as compared to last week. Sri Lanka were on top, Academy was behind.
And that's the thing, we spoke about the batting having, forging the team into positions such as this, with a score such as 374. The West Indies Academy bowling has always been there and thereabouts. In the first class season, it was Johan Lane, leading the way. Just really struggled to to post big totals. Forge meaningful partnerships. We had a couple meaningful partnerships in this Windies Academy.
Ice partnership of 127
And that's off stump. The bowler is coming.
Highest for the series.
for the
so
series.
far.
And the only good thing about, little sad thing about that is that somebody didn't get 100.
Yeah, once again. But that partnership between Edward and Rivaldo Clark as well was very important. There's the difference between I think of 60, 70 and 130.
Straight away the batsman is off the mark.
Scored a half century in that first innings in Jala Bandara. Coming in at number 8 here, was in at number 7 in the first innings.
50 up for Sri Lanka. So almost all of the notable batsmen, Mali, are back in the Sri Lankan dugout today.
56 not out with 8 fours in the first innings. Of 104 deliveries was Anjala Bandara.
Oh, that died on him.
And if there's anyone that's going to exploit maybe this variable bounce here now on day 3, it's going to be Nathan Edward. Delivers from the lowest trajectory of all these West Indian seamers.
Yeah. Has a kind of wrong arm action
Yes,
now and again.
slightly slingy.
Yes.
But as we saw on that one, just that bounce was probably delivered from just a little higher on that wicket of Janishka Pereira.
As the batsman guessing now. And now the academy are moving into an attacking position now, Mali. They're sensing that this is the moment.
You expect him to be full. Gone for that ring field on the offside. Got the one slip, 2 gullies. Helmeted. A very deep backward point there. Catching almost in Joshua Bishop. He feels no.
And Becky Joseph.
Yes, in Becky Joseph, sorry. Joshua Bishop is at extra cover. Dindial. At cover. Kelvin Pittman in mid-off. Looks like Matara in that mid-wicket position. And Reniko Smith at fine leg. So very attacking, very offside heavy field here for the West Indies Academy.
Almost like a 7-2 field. Which it is. On the money. On the money.
Overboard.
So another good over there for the academy. 15 overs bowled. Extras have been 3. 51 for 6 on day 3 of this encounter. And I really don't want to bet Mali Ginger Vitamol today because he's always
It just depends
picking me
what
off.
the bet is.
He's always picking me off, so I'm not going for that today.
If you're going to bet that
I'll bet- I'll
if
start
you're going to
bet-
bet that the game's going to end today, then of course I'll take
That's
that.
a no better.
Of course.
I have to start working my ginger vitamins for the one-day internationals up at Saviv and giving Mali a teaser again.
Ginger, basic, original.
You like the original.
Yeah. No jinxing, no ginger. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Vitamalt formula is superb and in original form.
We're back with the action. Smith. We've gone on now to maybe a second slip, more or less.
Once again, just a bit of bounce from that fuller length of Reniko Smith
Yeah.
around the wicket.
There's a conversation taking place now with Colin Boy and Teddy Bishop in terms of the angles. Joshua Bishop is saying, I maybe just need to go just a little further around.
Yeah, you want him to be straighter because what you want Lakshan to think is that he can hit the ball squarer. That in itself prevents less of a full face maybe brings the outside edge into play. You've got the second slip on the gully.
I think the mid-off just needs to get straighter as well too. He needs to come to his left. Creamed off. Matara comes around.
Somebody.
As you can see there, is off the outer half of the bat though, Vern.
Come on, boy. Let me eat, man.
Beautiful spell here so far by Smith. And he looks like he can bowl all day. He's up for the task.
Obviously, he'll get stronger.
He's
Probably have to learn to work on that accuracy a little bit. Maybe assessing conditions a little quicker. I think for Nathan Edward, it's more the skills are there.
for him to get a little stronger.
Yes, that's exactly it. Can he now
and-
deliver
and-
consistently these
yeah,
balls, swinging at just a slightly higher pace?
Yeah.
Will make him even more of a difficult
more
prospect to face. Yeah.
danger. But he certainly bulked over the last 12 months as well too. Nathan Edwards. If we look back maybe 18 months ago, he was almost like a little skinny guy. He's certainly put some muscle on. He's got a lot fitter as well too. Which is what happens when you get into a professional organization. I was looking at Kelvin Pittman this morning, Mali. He certainly has really bulked and got a lot more athletic ability, a lot more flexibility. So he's growing with confidence as well.
And you can tell in the performances. You speak about hard work and just how key it is. It's one of the key ingredients. Doesn't guarantee success, but it puts you in the best position in which to be successful.
What I want to see now, Mali, in this academy setup now is for them to get now a bowling coach, somebody from the old school. You know, it'd be nice to see Eldin Baptiste in this group, in this working group here, with his skill set and his mindset to teach them that game. Courtney Walsh, if he's available, Sir Kirtley as well, maybe on the longer sessions. That's something that Sir Kirtley was talking to me about. He was saying, yes, he's glad for the opportunity, but he'd like a longer period of time working with these guys, especially in the off season. That was an effort ball there.
It was heavy. And it was a full length as well. It was something we speak about, especially when pitching the ball up, looking to hit that fuller length with that intensity as well, not just being floaty and depending on, the short ball being the effort ball. Fuller deliveries as well have got to be effort deliveries. Just there, you just saw a little bit extra. You could see it just took off, the way it took off the pitch.
Coach Winston Benjamin was overemphasizing the point, Mali, that he finds that the younger modern day bowlers today really don't want to do a lot of spot bowling. That's something which, in the times of the Benjamins and the Ambrose and the Roberts, something that you had to do consistently.
Slightly baffling. I think it's more a thing where they don't want to be put under pressure as much in training. And I think that's the more the issue. It's a mental thing. You're now being watched every delivery. You have to deliver now in training. It's not just, hey, I can just rock up and bowl a few deliveries. Intense spot bowling. I think a lot of, especially the younger bowlers, just aren't prepared in which to be put under pressure in that way in training. And I think if they are prepared to do so, it definitely would benefit them as they progress in the game.
But in the nets, Mali, preparation is where you don't prepare in the game.
Yeah, do you know the confidence it could bring, knowing that you can land the ball on a spot exactly when you need it to?
Matara coming around there. The batsman getting 2 runs quite easily.
One thing about Lakshan is he's a sweet timer of the ball, isn't he?
And here's where the mindset, Mali, of the younger players are going to have to come into bear. When you go to the nets, what are you working on? You know, it's not about trying to see if you can lick Mali's head off. It's about concentrating to figuring out, do I land the ball consistently on the top of off stump all the time? Because the day is going to come where that's what you're going to be expected to deliver. And if you just feel that you're going to be pounding the ball away all the time in the nets and then you could come in the game and do that, then you'll be slaughtered. Colin Boyne took a calling for the helmet, which means that he's going back up to the stumps.
I think a lot of the times what you're trying to do in practice is to create as difficult a scenario as possible. Replicating game form so that when you do translate it to the match or you do go into the match, it's not as daunting a prospect. Almost feels like you've done it before.
Ooh. He did get some bat onto that.
He did. He was aiming for the pads there. Maybe started it a bit too straight.
So you were talking about, Mali, the consistency.
And the patience.
Yeah.
It's the patience now.
Yeah. Don't try too many things.
Exactly.
Come back on the money.
You've got the field set the way it is. Just keep going away, keep going away.
Yeah.
Keep bringing him across, keep bringing him across. It may not be a situation where you set him up in balls. It may take a couple overs in which to really drag him into the position you want to get him into. That's all these things in which these young bowlers will learn as they go through. Just having a few problems locating the ball here behind the side screens.
I think it maybe might have just rolled up into the covers or the debris. Here it comes now. They finally found it.
.58 for 6.
Yeah, 58 for 6 could become 58 for 7, 58 for 8.
It's been the Academy's morning and picking up 5 wickets here.
No need to try anything, just be patient. You know, we say batsmen have to be patient, bowlers also have to be patient. Can't go searching. Ooh. Pittman bounced in front of him.
Not sure if he picked that one up, Kevin Pittman. His reaction.
Yeah.
Should have at least gotten something on that one.
Yeah. It sort of died on him. Well, not really died on him. As you said, the closest that you is on these practice pitches here, you still got to be sharp. And that's what I'm saying. The fielders got to give themselves some space.
Bat face just closing upon impact there for Lakshan, presenting a half an opportunity there for the West Indies Academy. Deciding now to just plug this onside field. Lakshan looking to go onside.
Well, he's also trying to be aggressive too.
He is counter-attack, looking to launch a counter-attack, consecutive boundaries.
He wants to get Nathan Edwards off of his length as well too. Oh, right back on the money, yeah.
Just held outside the off stump.
That's what you were talking about, Mali. Just bowl that line, make him think. Nothing floaty right now. You just got to run in, hit the deck. Got to run in and hit the deck. No need to try anything. Ooh. Good take again by Colin Boyne Tuckett.
That's the thing with the ability to move the ball both ways, Nathan Edward. He's got Lakshan just not quite sure at times what to play, what to leave. The transference of weight onto that front foot isn't quite as positive. Because he's just not sure. just there, back in once again. Big movement through the air this time. Well played from Lakshan. At least he looked to present a full bat in a half, but he gets to the other end for a single. End of that over. In fact, 10 runs coming from it. Quite an expensive one, that, from Nathan Edwards. 63 for 6.
In the context of scoring for the morning as well, too. So Smith continuing from the CIU road end. Sri Lanka still trailing by some 70 runs. .63 for 6. 17 overs bowled. It means that 16 overs have been bowled on morning 3. 5 wickets picked up by the academy. 62 runs have been scored. Smith to start his 6th over of the day. 2 for 17 so far. Lakshan is just tugging this one. And getting an easy single. So rotation of the strike for Bandara. Score in the meantime here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. 64 for 6 Sri Lanka emerging players. Academy looking to press on the advantage here. Sun blazing away. Glory. Slight breeze. And it's summer. It's also the hurricane season as well. Caught behind. Caught behind. Smith impresses again with his extra pace and bounce. Colin Boyne Tuckett takes another catch. And that's another Jaffa. Bandara undone by the pace and bounce. 65 for 7. Impressive. Very, very impressive with this young man. Forced him, pushed him back, right back. He got up on top of his toes, still couldn't keep it down. And Colin Boyne Tuckett, he's done the rest. Sri Lanka in trouble where they could be bowled up before lunch. We can have an early lunch and no tea. It's 11:33, Terry. I see you had your coffee very early.
I did, I preempted it. Preempted strikes. But he's bowling with great pace though. For Uncle Smith. Whistling through.
Come on, Mali.
Sri Lanka in all sorts.
You stay. Let Mali end the game, man. Both you and Mali can end the game because it looks like it's going to be an early one.
Morning, Mali.
Morning, Tez. How are you?
Very well.
64 for 7.
Oh.
6 wickets this morning. Didn't really expect still good batting conditions here, but better bowling, must be said.
Yes, they've all been on the money.
Bowled really well as a pack, the West Indian seamers here. All slightly different as well, which is also quite encouraging. Nathan Edward, more of a mover, medium quick seam. So he's trying there.
Yeah. New batsman is Ashian Daniel, an off-break bowler. Sri Lanka emerging in all sorts this morning, losing 6 for 63 so far.
Must be said, it's not something I expected from the Sri Lankans, especially with the wealth of experience, what we saw in that first match, Terry.
Absolutely. Smith into Daniel. Pushes that through mid wickets, rolling out towards the boundary and gets there. So Daniel off the mark with the boundary. 68 for 7.
Definitely had a chance there to save that one. Fielders Joseph and Kelvin Pittman. Maybe a bit too straight. Well played down the hill, as we were saying. Still good batting conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, but the Sri Lankans haven't earned that right to go big. They haven't weathered the storm. It has been pretty good seam bowling all round from the West Indies Academy. The Sri Lankans also will be a little disappointed with the state of the game at 68 for 7.
Yeah, and just being down near the boundary before Marley. Smith is really bowling with some serious pace. Down the leg side again, well taken by Bowen Tuckett.
He is, and what we'll see from him is as he gets a bit more comfortable, especially at this level, understands his action, understands his preparation, his recovery a lot more. There's definitely a couple of yards in the tank for this big fella, big strapping lad. As we said, very reminiscent of a Joe Garner in terms of his stature. Maybe not quite as tall, but definitely well built. So I say, in terms of fast bowling prospects, as encouraging.
Peels off the outside edge again, bounces in front of Teddy Bishop there in gully to complete the over. So Sri Lanka emerging players 68 for 7. Daniel is on 4. Lakshan is on 18.
Yeah.
They still trail by 69.
69 seems a long way away. Young Smith, as you said, as encouraging a prospect as I've seen in the last couple of years here. You've seen Thorne, Johan Lane. He's actually ascended now to the Test squad.
Yeah.
Now Renico Smith. If you can think maybe the academy just pull back in Isaiah Thorne in this setup alongside Smithy, as we spoke at length about him, the progression of his career in the Guyana Harpy Eagles setup just seems to be going nowhere at this stage.
Absolutely. Edward starts a new over to Lakshan, plays that into the cover region, no run. So 65, they still trail by only the 3 wickets away from victory to square this series, the West Indies Academy.
What we tend to see, though, is at least one partnership of substance of note. Will this be the partnership? Lakshan and Daniel, right-hand, left-hand combination.
Turning that back with a square into the boundary, 4 runs.
As we're saying, at that pace, that's just a bit too easy.
Too short, yeah.
Didn't even quite get up to hip height, that one. Player of Lakshan's ability, 22 of 13 now. He's launching his counter-attack, just looking to extinguish his lead as quickly as possible. 61 still, they still trail by. They find themselves really struggling here to make the West Indies bat again.
Interesting. And for the scoop, exposed all his stumps.
This is one nation where you would say maybe it's in their culture to play strokes such as those, considering the dill scoop is originated by a Sri Lankan almost.
Right, yeah.
So
aerial, but clears the field into the boundary for 4.
Once again, just the hallmark of the timing of Lakshan. It was aerial, but just a push, really.
Yeah, he
Flew
didn't
off
go
the middle of the bat. Went aerial, but there's no one in that extra cover region there that could have caught that one. Once again, quick outfield at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 77 fours and 7 sixes so far in this match. A lot of 7s on the board. 76 for 7.
Oh, and that is just evaded the slip. 4 more.
And have a look at the positioning of the slipper here. Have a look. She's upright. Crouches slightly. Hands on knees. Has to react. Reacts too late. He's got to be more in a ready position for me. Stronger position. Especially at 76 for 7. Quite a few edges have gone down to that slip region. He's got to be expecting it almost every delivery. Is that Rivaldo Clark in that position?
Yeah.
He is someone who's a wicket-keeper batter as well. I'd like to see him just get a little lower. Stronger. Crouching position there. Just there. He does it now, but the chance has gone.
Completes the over. Oh, Sri Lanka emerging players 80 for 7. Lakshan's moved on to 30. Daniel is on 4.
And that's the thing, Terry. Being in that strong position gives you the best chance in which to react, to bounce off either leg, to push off with maximum force. So you can tell he was just a little late in which to get down to his right.
So they still trail by 53 as Nico Smith will continue from the northern end. Bowling to Daniel.
Once again, right on the money. If that ball just moves a bit from there, either way, in or out, poses real problems for a batter.
He's been spot on this morning, that's for sure.
And good thing about him as well, he looks like he's a guy that will be able to, as he grows, he'll be able to sustain the
long
speeds,
spells,
long spells, but high intensity long spells.
Yeah, from the first time we saw him last week, well, he looks like he's born to bowl fast.
Definitely.
Yeah.
New addition to this West Indies Academy setup. Just his second first-class match.
Come on, boy, let's go. Come on, boys, come on. Let's don't get flat, lads. Let's don't get flat here, boys. Come on, lads. Let's don't get flat, man.
Smith in again to Daniel. Turning that one off his hip down to fine leg. A single. Pittman does some good work on the boundary.
That's the thing, I love his age. He's 19, former West Indies under 19 player. So we've got a young one here in terms of the next couple of years of his development. If it goes the way it should, really, or we hope, not the way it should, the way we hope it could go. By 21, 22, he should be in maroon colors based on the raw materials, the tools that we see right here. And that's what we want. A young bowler, 21, 22, would also have a little bit of first-class experience behind him. Gotta actually prepare these guys as best as possible for the international game, not learn their game.
Well, Lakshan is not going to die wondering.
He isn't, exposing the stumps there. But that's been an issue. We've had a lot of players, Terry, actually learning their game under the gaze of the international spotlight. That's not sustainable.
No. Very true, Malik. Not at all. But when you've got somebody like this, you need to just keep encouraging them to run in and bowl fast.
And
I
then
don't
when
want them to turn him into a medium pacer and this line and length
build him up,
business.
build up that conditioning.
Yes.
You think, where would the opportunities really have come for someone such as a Renico Smith coming off the under-19s from Barbados?
Bowled short again, and that's whacked over extra cover. Edward gives chase, catches up with it just inside the rope, and they'll take 3.
Yeah, that was a bit of a lob in tennis.
Yes.
Yeah. Had to go fetch that one as Lakshan, but that's what he's trying to do. Put bat on ball. As we said, the lead 52 now. Essentially none for 7.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka.
84 for 7. Lakshan moves on to 33. Daniel back on strike. He's on 5. Still some 49 runs adrift of making West Indies Academy bat again. Smith into Daniel. It's well left. Another good take by Bowen Tucker as it died on him to complete the over. So 84 for 7. Approaching lunch, about 14 minutes away from lunch here on day 3. Nico Smith, 7 overs, 3 for 26. Calvin Pittman, 6 overs, 2 for 20. Nathan Edwards, 7 overs, 2 for 36. Bowlers used so far today, but we're going to see a spin for the first time. The left arm spin of Joshua Bishop coming into the attack, replacing Nathan Edward from the commentary box end.
Well, how well the West Indies Academy seamers have bowled. Sri Lanka will probably see this as a moment of respite. Now look to really go after Joshua Bishop. It could play into his favour as well, into his hands, into the Academy's overall plans. Starts with 2 men down, long off and long on. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square with a deep point as well. So starting defensive. Bishop.
Dubbed away behind point and good running by Lakshan. He picks up another 2. Goes on to 35, 86 for 7. Once he can guide it past the solitary slip, acres of vacant space out there to the deep backward point, is the only one out there on the boundaries. Hit that high, wide, handsome, over, long on for 6. So he continues to take up the challenge, does the Sri Lanka emerging players skipper.
Yeah, just a little floaty, that one from Joshua Bishop. It's got to be similar to what we saw in that first innings. It was just a little quicker through the air, was more into the pitch.
Moves on to 41 Lakshan off just the 21 deliveries.
That's it.
Beats him this time outside off. Keeping once again by Bowen Tuckett with the bails off, but Lakshan never moved.
The most experienced player in this Sri Lanka team, Lakshan. The eldest as well, coming in at 26. He's played 62 matches, first class matches, 3 ODIs. He's got that international experience.
Turns that one backward square for easy single. So he moves on to 42. The trail now by 40. 92 for 7.
Too much.
By 41, I should
That's
say.
leg.
I was right the first time.
Around
It's
the
now
wicket.
93 for 7.
Scoreboard is playing a few tricks.
Definitely.
It's been an expensive start for Bishop though. 9 coming from it. 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Adjustment in the field again. Mid on goes to long on. Mid wicket just goes back 20 yards or so. Well played by Daniel. Lakshan will be on strike for the next over. It's partnership 29 in quick time.
Yeah,
93 for 7.
Lakshan 42 off 23, 6 fours and a 6 amongst that. Umpire Byam just saying to the batsman, it's not time for a drink, we're almost at lunch.
He's very hot out there though, Terry.
Yeah, very hot day again here at Coolidge. Clear day though, no sight of any rain. So we had stoppage of about 50 minutes after lunch yesterday. So Reniko Smith will continue around the wicket to the left-handed Lakshan. Got a leg slip in place. Lakshan is thumping that out to deep mid wicket. And they'll take the single.
Yeah, chooses.
Choose to turn down the single. That's interesting when you're still behind.
Obviously doesn't fancy
Doesn't have much faith in
Daniel versus Reniko Smith here. He's worked up a good head of steam. Actually in a lovely rhythm now from around the wicket. I'd still like to see a slip in though.
Yes, unusual. It's a leg slip.
Got a
Gully.
fly slip in Aki Mogis here.
Right, yeah. And he tries the ramp again. Misses. So he continues to play his shots. Does Lakshan?
Do anticipating not much to lose here in this situation with Lakshan.
Absolutely. It's forced a change in field. The leg slip going back up towards the boundary. About 3/4 of the way.
It's the effect of being proactive as a batter. Really showing that positive intent. He's now caused the West Indies Academy to think, maybe adjust their plans.
Smith back of the length.
He's going to want to come back for 2 here.
And that's good running again. Gets 2 quite comfortably through the cover region.
Showing all his experience, Dhananjaya Lakshan. 6 away from a half century now. Just stayed a bit leg side of that, maneuvered it into the offside using those wrists, opening the face.
I would just like to see Smith O'Malley be a bit fuller, attack those stumps. He's
There's enough.
basically showing them every ball.
Yeah, there's enough in this pitch.
He bounces him again, and he's hit it uppishly, but it drops short of the point cover fielder out on the boundary.
Looks like who's that?
Takes 1.
Matara.
Yeah. So Lakshan moves on to 45, 96 for 7. Field changes over for the right-handed Daniel.
At least from a Sri Lankan perspective, they're not just laying over. and dying. They're actually trying to launch a counter-attack led mainly by the skipper, 45 of 27. Is it a bit too late though? But we know this game is a game of glorious uncertainties. Someone can just stay at the other end with him.
Yeah, you never know. After lunch, oh, he's had a go at that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about in terms of there just still being something in this pitch for the fast bowlers, especially someone such as Smith, willing to hit the deck even when pitching that ball on a fuller length. Just a bit of extra bounce, and that extra bounce has been the main issue for the Sri Lankan batters in this game. Really struggling to contend with the ball just bouncing slightly.
Smith in again to Daniel. Daniel right in the bounce, playing it out into the offside to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players still trailing by 37. They're 96 for 7. Lakshan is on 45 and Daniel is on 5.
Yeah, good little period this for the Sri Lankans. Good period of cricket, quite exciting stuff all around. Had wickets.
Been a good morning, yes.
Seen a few swashbuckling strokes as well. Two teams. It's been a very competitive series. The West Indies Academy really must be said, considering what we've seen from them with bat this year. That was a special performance, that.
Absolutely, just the third time this season that they've passed 300. Excellent partnership. The third wicket. Our scorers, Bishop. Reverse sweep. Rivaldo Clark anticipate between keeper and slip into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, have a look at this. Was anticipating that one going probably a bit squarer. Rivaldo Clark. He's off to. He's gone at great guns. 49 off 28.
Brings up the 100 for Sri Lanka emerging. 33 for a court down the leg side, not out, says umpire Byam. Next delivery playing quietly into the offside by Lakshan. Coming up to lunch.
Bit of turn now. Maybe just hitting the footmarks outside the left-handers off stump there. He's got 4 men on the onside boundary. Does Josh Bishop. Mid-on, cold corner, mid-wicket and deep backward square. This one's easily played away for 1. Just leave Daniel with just the 1 delivery to face.
Brings up Lakshan's 50.
Yes, his 19th, Terry, at this level.
Unbelievable, eh? 19 already.
50 of 32 deliveries. 7 fours and a 1-6. Have a look at that strike rate. 156. He's launched that counter-attack. He's looked quite good throughout the series. You could tell he's a good player, really,
Yes,
Terry.
yeah, definitely. The ball, he's always doing something with it. Good cricketer. Bishop gave that some air. Whoa, and it nearly rolled back onto the stumps as Daniel missed the sweep, and the over comes to an end, and that is lunch. So very exciting first session here on day 3 of this 4-day first-class encounter between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Sri Lanka emerging players started the day or resumed the day on 1 for 1, and they take lunch on 101 for 7. So exactly 100 runs in the session for the loss of 6 wickets. Puts West Indies Academy right on top. They're 3 wickets away from victory. And Sri Lanka emerging players 32 runs away from making West Indies Academy bat again. So we'll take our lunch break here on Cricket 360. Please join us again for live coverage in about 35 minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red in dough. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. I know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the 60s, we rock the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause it's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket, the tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coach Man Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our we legacy. Is our energy when we come down big. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up. Full of energy, energy.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, no. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, no. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Celebrating, cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause it's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, no. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. Eating every green and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played: Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our we legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Celebrating, cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, no. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played: Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we rain in the 60s, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Look around, is all aware. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy.
Tell these two ladies to hello for me.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I'm joined by my colleague Terry. Terry, 32 runs more needed.
3 wickets for what would be an excellent victory for the West Indies Academy to square the series.
Yeah, they certainly deserve that. Just hope that Smith can find that Yorker, which is really just needed, and just land that on the money. Just to let you know that the 50-over series starts on Saturday at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday. That's what it is, Terry?
That's what it is. 9:30 a.m. starts,
Yeah,
local time here in Antigua.
So we still got another 3 days to go of the series, and then we get ready right after that. Jason and his crew will get ready to travel to St. Kitts and Nevis for the Cricket West Indies Under 19 tournament. It has been shifted from St. Vincent to St. Kitts and Nevis. So, you cricket coming to St. Kitts and Nevis? The future stars?
Yes, that will be a very interesting tournament. 8 teams, I believe.
Yeah, including
Two
two
from
of
the
the
US.
two from the United States of America. So it'll be pretty interesting. And 6 of the regional teams. We'll be down to the 50-over format. Everybody gets a chance, 8 rounds. Yeah, that's what I said. 6 of the regional teams and the 2 from the US. Makes it 8.
Looks like we're going to have spin in the form of Zishan Motara first up after the luncheon break.
So you see, we're talking about load management, right? We come back after lunch, we had 40 minutes, and we have eased the pressure up.
Exactly.
I don't know. I may come from the wrong school.
Well, no, I'm in total agreement with you, Bonan. Some things just bewilder me. Anyway, it will be Matara from the northern end. He's bowling to Lakshan. Sri Lankan skipper who's on 50, defends that into the mid-wicket area. He's on 50, Ashian Daniel is on 5. They still need 32 to make West Indies bat again. West Indies Academy hunting 3 wickets. Bang on target, big appeal, and he's been given. Second ball after the break.
He seemed very surprised that he was
He
given
seemed
out.
very surprised. Joe Wilson says, "You're out." Lakshan holds his head up in disbelief. He must have thought he hit it.
No, I think that's a good decision, Terry.
Yes.
He came right across his wicket.
But I think he thought he got something on it, but he most definitely didn't. And it wasn't going down leg. Good decision by umpire Wilson. Sri Lanka emerging players lose their 8th. 103 for 8. And West Indies Academy should be 101 for 8. Manual scoreboard, a couple of runs in front, but nevertheless, the 8th wicket has fallen. West Indies Academy just 2 wickets away from victory. Still some 32 runs Sri Lanka emerging trail by. So the break has done the trick again. It was a very enterprising and entertaining 50.
While it lasted.
While it lasted, 50 off just the 28 balls or so. 50 off 34 balls.
He's indicating in the dressing room that he thought that that one was just going on, would it be missing? But
I'm right
in
here,
the
you know.
umpire's opinion,
Come here, man. Come here.
he was hit
See,
between
feel
wicket
smart
and
now.
wicket.
Feel smart.
Umpire Wilson
Feeling smart now.
doesn't get too many wrong. So Matara strikes with his second delivery. First up after lunch for West Indies Academy. New batsman is Sanka.
I think this victory, Terry, once they get across the line, will be really for the parents. Callum Boyne Tuckett's mother is here.
Come on, lads.
Akeem
Come on,
Ogis,
lads.
his mother and his dad is here. I think his dad, didn't see his dad this morning, but his mother is here. And really, the sacrifices that these parents have made, and even some of the other boys who have really come to support them, I think this victory will be dedicated to them.
Yes, fantastic effort. It's great to see the support being shown. Traveling here to Antigua.
Roly-poly, Z, roly-poly.
Tara, promising a young leg break bowler. Ball into leg break bowler who cuts him through backward point for 4.
Yeah, that was a wide delivery. Matara trying to pull that down and put away nicely by the young man for 4.
So the first over after lunch is completed. A successful one for Matara. Sri Lanka emerging now a 105 for 8. Hasanka is on 4. Daniel is on 5. There's still some 28 runs adrift. Calvin Pittman will return to the attack. Take it up from the commentary box end.
That's leg.
They're bowling
That's coming
to
right, Tom.
Daniel.
No, it's so enterprising when you see Ranika Smith. It's only just like 2 years ago, Terry, that we saw Isaiah Thorne peppering the Ireland team right here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, and then, you know, all of a sudden he's just gone in hiding.
Yes, I'm very, very disappointed with the way Thorne has been handled. Someone said to me the other day with his form's dropped off. I said, how can you say his form's dropped off when he's hardly played a game?
His form has dropped off. He's not even been on the park.
No.
Sometimes I'm just baffled when I hear certain comments. You know, you're talking about form.
Two slips in the gully for Pittman into Daniel. And he's had a go at that one, and it's skied to third man. Good catch.
Think he's in trouble.
Excellent catch.
That's a beautiful. Is that Matara?
I think it is Matara. He took it very well.
That's an excellent catch there.
Out on the deep backward point boundary. It flew off the outside edge of Daniel's bat. He come running round and took it clean as a whistle, inches above the ground. Pittman picks up his third. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their 9th, 105 for 9. Just 1 wicket away from victory now, the West Indies Academy. Still 28 more runs required by Sri Lanka, emerging to make them bat again.
So I think going for
catch though.
Beautiful catch, Jerry. That's what you want. You want to see the intensity in the field.
The commitment.
Yeah. I got Jason. We can pick up who took the catch. Really.
I think it was Matara.
It looked like Matara. Yeah, his body language.
Yeah.
Really indicating that. He's an excellent cricketer. He looks good.
He does.
Yeah, so it means that he's one for the future. I think if we to look at this cohort here, Terry, they maybe just need a batsman. If they can I would like to give Joshua Bishop another opportunity to stay with them for the 4-day competition. next season.
Mm-hmm.
I like this group. Teddy Bishop,
It's growing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I hope they don't think about breaking up this mantle here. What I want to see now within this setup here now is to maybe get a bowling coach in the know-how. You've got somebody like Eldine Baptist who's around, who's got some time on his hand. Courtney Watch and Curtly Ambrose, those guys are always traveling, but you could maybe look to get a technical bowling coach that will come in to really assist. We also need a serious spin bowling coach in the Caribbean to help our young spinners, Terry.
Definitely. Pittman into last man. Swadita defending into the offside, no run. Round the wicket straight away, Pittman to the left-handed Samadita.
Lot of chatter going on. Sorry you didn't get a chance, Terry. I had 15 minutes upstairs with Danny. You'll be amazed what you're hearing.
Right.
If Bavuma think that sledging from Australia was tough. Jason's laughing because he gets a chance to almost hear everything. We don't get that chance that easy.
We don't get that privilege, no?
It's amazing, and they're all different characters. And Becky Joseph,
he never shuts up.
He seems to be the leader, right? But don't take your eyes off of Rivaldo Clark and Joshua Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
They've got their own thing going there. Teddy Bishop is a little bit more conservative and reserved, but Becky Joseph, he's the man. And quietly, Callum Boy and Tuckett, he goes about his business as well too. That's a wasted delivery.
Cold wide.
Must be wide. That's a wasted delivery. Just run up and bowl the ball to the stump. Every now and again, all these young bowlers feel that they have to bowl some sort of short delivery. It's an effort. You got to be looking for somebody's grill. And he wasn't even close to the grill. He was way over the grill.
Wasn't close to anything.
Told him today, you've got to control your emotions. You know?
Yeah, full and straight, especially when you got 10 and 11 out there. He's in again to Samadita. Again short, went for the hook. No glove in ball through the bow and tucket.
You see, if I was Pittman's coach, right? Every short ball that he bowled, he'd be fined.
Right.
Especially if it's not on the money.
Yeah.
Then he would get the message. Keep asking him all the time, how do you get your wickets when I pitch up the ball? So why do you think that you need to bowl a short ball?
Runs in again to Samadita. That's full. Played to backward point. Samadita gets going. Moves on to 107 for 9. Trail by 26 at the end of that Pittman over.
And the manual scoreboard, they keep going one run ahead.
Yeah.
I just think if they follow the electronic scoreboard, it
they
would be
should
a
be
lot
able
more,
to see it.
it would be a lot more easy for them, but they keep going off course all the time. You know the song that Gypsy sang? Captain?
Ship is sinking.
Yeah, and then another Calypsonian in sync, it's called Unexpected.
Daddy,
He said he was talking to his grandmother and, she said, if you see something happening wrong, what do you think is happening?
Hello.
She said, off course. Means that the ship is going off course. It means that everything is also going off course as well. One of the top Calypsonians out of St. Kitts Unexpected, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't think a lot of people really took time to listen and understand his lyrical content and his style.
Tara into Samadita, who goes for that and is clean bowled. Victory to West Indies Academy. They've squared the series.
What did I say, by 25 runs?
Yes.
Did they get? How far did I get?
I think you're one off like the scoreboard, 26. I think.
Not bad at all. I really was off.
Excellent.
I really was off course now.
Well, you spot on, no? Trail by 26, so they'll say innings and 25-run victory. But an excellent victory there for West Indies Academy to fight back from losing the first match last week by 75 runs. And they fought back in this match, controlled things once they were able to dismiss Sri Lanka Academy for pretty modest first innings total.
Tell you what I will do. Let me see if I can get, just for the record, if I can get somebody maybe from Sri Lanka, and if I can get somebody for the West Indies. So you could just hold on for a while. Let me just work on that quickly for you.
No problem. So a brilliant effort there by the West Indies Academy boys to square the series. They won this second four-day first-class match by an innings and 26 runs. Comprehensive victory, bowling Sri Lanka out in their second innings for 107. And West Indies Academy had a lead of 133 runs on first innings. So that gives West Indies Academy victory by an innings and 26 runs. Sri Lanka emerging players resume the day on 1 for 1. So West Indies Academy have taken 9 wickets today for the addition of 106 runs. So a top bowling effort. Lakshan Matara, the leg spinner, cleaning things up after lunch with the two wickets that remained. I'll just run through the Sri Lanka emerging players' second innings card for you. Rasanto went last night, LBW to Pittman for naught. Siobhan Daniel was caught, Bowen Tuckett bowled Pittman for 11. Dilam Sadira, LBW to Nathan Edward for naught. Janishka Pereira caught by Rivaldo Clark off the bowling of Edward for 12. Sohan Dilavera caught by Joshua Bishop off the bowling of Renico Smith for 4. Ahan Wickramasinghe caught Bowen Tuckett, bowled Smith for 14. Captain Dhananjaya Lakshan, he took up the challenge, played a very entertaining and enterprising innings. Reverse sweeps and ramp shots, pulling away from his stumps, showing all 3 stumps. He made 50 off 34 deliveries. Top scored in this Sri Lanka emerging players' second innings. And that 50 included 7 fours and a 6. But he was gone second ball after the luncheon interval. LBW to Matara. And Jalabandara was caught, Bowen Tuckett bowled Smith for 2. Ashian Daniel caught Matara, bowled Pittman for 5. And the last wicket to fall was Dulaj Sumadita, who was bowled by Matara for 1. So all out for 107. And the bowling figures for the West Indies Academy: Calvin Pittman, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 22. Nathan Edwards, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 36. Renico Smith, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 29. Joshua Bishop, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. And Zishan Matara, 1.1 overs, no maidens, 2 for 4. So that is a very good victory there for the West Indies Academy, fighting back, as I say, to square the series at 1-1 after Sri Lanka emerging players took victory by 75 runs in the first match last week here at Coolidge. This week, West Indies Academy winning the second 4-day first-class match by an innings and 26 runs inside 3 days here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Of course, we have 3 one-day matches to come to complete this series with Sri Lanka emerging players. First one-day match will bowl off 9:30 a.m. on Saturday, June 21. Of course, you can catch all the live action here on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. We'll bring you live those 3 50-over matches. Of course, young Antiguan Jul Andrew will be in the West Indies Academy squad for those matches, as well as Jordan Johnson, hard-hitting left-hander from Jamaica. Fast bowler Michael Palmer will be in the one-day squad also. And a very good, entertaining series, though, this in the 4-day first-class championship. 4-day championship has been the 2 matches, but it's been a very entertaining series, and despite their being more experienced, the Sri Lanka emerging players, the West Indies Academy, stuck to their task very well. Even in the first match, they were beaten by some 75 runs. They had chances to press home the advantage in that match. Sri Lanka emerging players just showing their experience, holding their nerve a little longer to take them to victory. But in this match, West Indies Academy, once they were able to bowl Sri Lanka out on day 1, after Sri Lanka emerging decided to bat first on a pitch that was offering some invariable bounce, but both captains said if they won the toss they would have taken first strike. They were looking for a big score, looking to bat once. It didn't happen. West Indies Academy bowlers sticking to their plans, sticking to their guns, bowled them out for 241, and then came good with the bat. Half centuries to Akeem August, Ravindra Dinyal and captain Teddy Bishop got them to 374 in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players 241, so that gave them a very healthy lead of 133 runs on first innings. And then they were able to bowl Sri Lanka emerging out today for 107 to win the match by an innings and 26 runs and square the series at 1-all. So we're just trying to see if we can get some interviews here for you on Cricket 360. So don't go anywhere. In the meantime, we'll just take a couple of minutes break while we see if we can organize that for you. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua, and it's my pleasure to introduce West Indies Academy head coach Ramesh Subasinghe. Ramesh, excellent victory.
Oh, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, we're very happy for us to be able to win this game and draw the series, especially in our home patch. That was very important for the boys to bounce back. And I thought, like what we've identified in the first game, the areas we need to do better in batting and bowling, they managed to execute that and executed well. So at the end, that we've got the result we wanted, but we've got a lot of work to do still.
Sure, but as you say though, Ramesh, excellent victory fighting back. Last week we saw glimpses, if you like, but tell us something. When you've got a team 89 for 4 at lunch, and then you pick up a wicket straight after lunch and they're 89 for 5, and you got a Kelvin Pittman bowling the way he was bowling and picking up wickets, basically bringing you back into the contest, seeing as they got away, they put 70 on the board and then losing 4 for 19 prior to the luncheon break. But then we never saw Pittman bowl again until about half an hour before tea. Now, is that because of its development stage for these guys, and you wanted to give other guys a bit more of a longer run, or what is it? Because we keep saying that we've got to get that winning habit back across the board in West Indies cricket, but you often don't see them when they've got the foot on the gas. They release it a lot earlier than maybe they should.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and a fair one too. I kind of knew that was coming too. Like, yes, you could on hindsight you can think, yeah, Kelvin Pittman should have been on, but from a captain's point of view, because he had a long spell in the first session, and he was quite tired.
Right.
Because he gave his heart out. Right. As you know, he took 4 wickets in that spell. So
Yes.
captain thought that bit of a recovery time would be the best for him. And I backed my captain in that thinking. But when we reflected on it, maybe he could have come probably a little bit earlier. But it's not done with an intention to give everyone an opportunity. No.
Right. Yep.
They're always even though we play a lot of players, our intention is still to win cricket matches for West Indies. So especially in a bilateral development international series like that, like this. So yeah, I mean, like, look, Teddy is a young captain as well, who's taken only first year into his captaincy.
Yes.
I think he has done a fantastic job. But these are all learnings for us, right? So, but I still trust and back the captain for the decision, because he was thinking of the well-being of the player. That's why we've done that decision. But as I said to you, maybe he could have come maybe half an hour earlier after the first over. Yeah. So, but then also my biggest thing was in that situation that Sohan De Oliveira, what he did was he took the game to us.
Yes.
After lunch.
Right.
When we were on top, he counter-attacked and managed to get on top, right? So in that time, our biggest learning there was we didn't adapt quickly to the way he was trying to play.
Right.
So then you would have seen here. I know I've heard in your commentary that you were saying that why you push the field back? You got to bring them in, but that is strategy in terms of not letting this guy get easy fours and gets himself in.
Right.
So that is part of strategy. So everything that we do over there is part of strategy. And we're not going to get everything right. Everyone is. So
Yes.
Like, you're not going to get everything right. But as I going back to your question, intention is always to win. And that's kind of like part of strategy that probably on reflection, yeah, could have done better for sure. Yeah.
No problem. But just looking at the series overall, and as we say, a great fight back in this match. You only lost the first match by 75 runs, basically the difference between the two teams from the first innings. But you must be happy with the fact that Sri Lanka emerging players are a lot more experienced than our guys, and to compete, in the two matches as well as you've competed. And I know, as you said off air to me, that especially yesterday was your happiest day in that the batting clicked. You got runs from the top order, supported by the middle order, and were able to pass 300 for, I think, only the third time for the season.
Yeah. No, that was a really good day yesterday. And you're right, Sri Lanka team, when we look at the numbers, they've played like 390 plus games collectively, whereas we have played 120 at the start of the series.
Right.
But our focus was never on them. Our focus on what we are good at. So as you've seen, our ball striking ability to put pressure back on bowlers, and our fast bowlers' ball speeds, they been able to extract bounce that makes them really uncomfortable. And also knowing our conditions.
Right.
So those were our considerations, not their experience or they are more, let's say, played a lot more cricket than us. We only concentrated on what the West Indians are good at and how can we maximize our strengths to put them under pressure.
Right.
Which this game is a good one for anyone to see. However, in the first game, there's a couple of things that if we done it better, I think that could have been different too. So it was small margins, but really, really proud of the boys, how they've bounced back, and even the support staff who has put a lot of effort into this series. So really pleased for us to get a W on board.
Definitely. And looking ahead to the one-day series, you make a few changes, a few different players coming back into the squad.
Yeah. So for the one-day series, we would have Joel Andrew coming in to the top of the order. So that's something that Coach Darren Sammy is quite very serious about. So developing him as a top order batter.
Right.
So Joel is coming in to the series, and Jediah after the test camp will be joining us for the second ODI, and we are also looking at bringing young Micah Mackenzie from Antigua into the squad to strengthen our spinning stocks.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and
on him as well because the stress on his back was too much with what he had. So, and he had to go through that, and then we got him through about a 3-month loading program to get him fit for this series.
Right.
And when you see the potential that young Renico has as a 19-year-old who already bowls about 86, 87 mile an hour.
Right.
So I'm really excited for him, and he's super fit as well when it comes to his endurance. So as you've seen with the 8-over spell here.
Yeah, he looks like he could bowl all day.
In this heat. So I think every seamer has made some significant progress. When you look at your very own Antiguan,
right?
He's taken, I think, 12 wickets for this series. So and has taken some big wickets and impacted the games well. And this is carrying on from how he did in the 4-day championship as well.
Yes.
So it's all pleasing signs. And as you know, 2 of our regular opening bowlers are now with the international team, which is again a really good thing for the academy. But then we also saw Kelvin and Nathan Edward again with a 6 for in the last game, and also bowled really well here. He was very skillful moving the ball both ways. So we are seeing really good growth in our fast bowling stocks, and I think we took most wickets as well in the whole of championship. Some of the things that goes unnoticed, and most fast bowling points as well, because we've taken most wickets. So But having said that, batters also working extremely hard. Coach Rohan, who leads the batting side of it, is doing extreme hard work. But then it was so good for me. That's why I said it's one the happiest day for me coaching uh, the academy,
Okay.
because to see our maturity we showed to bat for that long, and if you notice the field settings that these Sri Lankans were putting was
Right.
quite not normal for our lads. But then for them to show the maturity that they did for the whole day and bat 99.3 overs, I think, which is, I think, a superb achievement from the boys. But as I said to you earlier, we got a long way to go.
Right. But especially as you say, 90 odd over, just under 100 overs, nearly double the amount of time that you spent in both innings from the previous week. So they are seemingly learning quickly. And also it must be very satisfying to you to see a lot of them career best figures, first half centuries, things like that, that they're improving all the time.
Yeah, no, very very happy, and also it's like it's not just the 99 overs; it's the way we batted. We want to play a cricket that is unique to West Indians,
Right.
and that's not we scoring 2 runs and over.
Right.
Right. So by doing that, by trying to put pressure back on the other team, there are moments that we are going to get bowled out for 55, 60 overs. But then now yesterday what we saw was a very mature performance where we were still hitting at 3.75 and batted throughout 99.3 overs.
Right.
So
right.
that's where we want to get to. It's not about batting overs. It's about how you can express yourself out there and how you can, in a way, land the first punch when you bat. You know, you're not like, so that's the West Indian way, I believe, is the best for our young players coming through.
Sure.
We need to use our strengths.
And these series, Ramesh, and I'll let you go after this, but these series very important for the growth. Would you like to see reciprocal tours that one day they might get an opportunity to go to Sri Lanka themselves or other countries for that matter?
When we with our cricket operations, when we plan these tours, it's always reciprocal. So next year we are going there.
Right, great.
So ideally, in my view, that I think if we can get, as you know, it's always about the money, but if we can get a home and away series together with our Super 50 and the 4-day championship, I think that's a full calendar that we need to develop these players.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And send our congratulations to the boys, and good luck with the one-day series coming up.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, that was West Indies Academy head coach Ramesh Suwasinghe, and West Indies Academy winning the match by innings and 26 runs. Okay, and we'll just take a break and come back in 5 minutes' time on Cricket 360 with the presentations.
On teams, spectators, we have come to the end of a very excited and competitive two-match series between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. We have a short presentation and we have with us Mr. Rodney Kumar, President of Antigua Cricket Association and also a Director of CWI. For the first match presentation, the man of the match, adjudicated by both coaches, we had Sohan de Rivera for his 130 and 26. And for the second match just completed, the man of the match adjudicated by both coaches again, we had Mr. Dindial for his and the player of the series after a very competitive series. It was a hard decision by both coaches, but at the end they came up with one person, and that person is Mr. Kelvin Pittman. Yeah. And we're gonna ask both captains to come and share a photo with for the championship trophy, with it being a tie series. So we're gonna ask the captain for Sri Lanka and the captain for West Indies Academy.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rodney. And that brings us to the end of the brief award ceremony. We move now to the stadium for the start of the 50-over matches on Saturday. All the best to both teams. Well done.
Of the West Indies Academy, facing them and negotiating those tough overs. It's really challenging, and really excited about the one days as well.
Tell us about the conditions here in these 2 4 games. How did they go for your team?
So we were expecting a lot of grass with the faster bowlers in the opposition, but we managed to take on the challenge in the first game after losing the toss and having to bat. We managed to put up a good score, and in the second game we thought the wicket would play better, and we won the toss and batted first, but they were too good for us in the second game.
Tell us about the objective of this tour to the Caribbean.
So basically, these conditions are really challenging for Sri Lanka. So we came up with the emerging team, not only for the result, but to expose them to these great fast bowlers and the big build guys. So I think we got a lot of exposure in these 4-day games, and I think the boys now know what they need to work on in the future when they come on to the conditions as this, because in Sri Lanka we are getting more balls on the front foot and we are very comfortable in that, but when we come to these conditions we have to get our back foot game and the horizontal game a bit more better. So I think this exposure is brilliant for us.
All the best in the one days.
Cheers, thanks.
Okay, God bless you. So they heard it from the Coolidge Cricket Ground on behalf of the entire 360 team. Mally Richards, Terry Raja, the man himself, Jason, and our cameraman holding down the fort there. This is Vernon Springer signing off here as we get ready to head up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on Saturday for the first ODI. That's it for the 360 team.